राम राम हरे हरे। Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Please stand up for the Aarti. जय श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की जय। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण प्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमद् भक्तिवेदांत।
कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare
Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna. Can you do the tune that I'm doing? Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki jai, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai, Gaur Nitai ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. No, but I don't like Is it not turning? I don't think I can talk that loud. Should I just try and sit? What about there? No. Yeah. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, everyone. So just going to do a little discussion or class about the Bhagavad Gita. So if you want to repeat after me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Is it not? Oh, thank you, Prabhu. That's fine. I can sit lower maybe. Okay, so we're just going to do some invocation prayers. If you know them, do join in. Om Jnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Mulitanyena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manamo Bishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swairam Ruka Akadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Kamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagojatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Savadutam Savadetam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Utamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagapate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namosute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sudhe Devi Purnamami Hari Priya Vanchakapatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Behevacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shiva Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So today we're reading Bhagavad Gita chapter 13 verse 29. If everyone wants to get it up on their phone, they can as well. No one wants to. Mum, you can get a Bhagavad Gita from, in the corner. And you can give them out to people if they want to. Thank you, Barbara. Oh, should I sit near closer? Yeah. No worries, thank you. Hare Krishna. I think it's louder now. Okay. So it's 13:29 if you want to turn to chapter 13, text 29. Does- Mum. Hey, Mum. What? But someone told me to do it. So oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's just I was asked to do it. Okay, thank you. Okay, 13:29. If you will have it open. Samam pascha hisavatra. If you want to repeat after me, we can do it together. Samam pashan hisavatra. Samavastitam Ishvaram, Samavastitam Ishvaram, Nahinasti Atman Atmanam, Nahinasmi Atman Atmanam, Tato Yati Param Gatim. One who sees the Supersoul equally present everywhere, in every living being, does not degrade himself by his mind. Thus he approaches the transcendental destination. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti Srila Prabhupada. T.J. Purport. The living entity, by accepting his material existence, has become situated differently than in his spiritual existence. But if one understands that the Supreme is situated in his Paramatma manifestation everywhere, that is, if one can see the presence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in every living thing, he does not degrade himself by destructive mentality, and he therefore gradually advances to the spiritual world. The mind is generally addicted to sense-gratifying processes, but when the mind turns to the Supersoul, one becomes advanced in spiritual understanding. So, before we start, I just want to give a bit of an overview. How many people here have read the Bhagavad Gita before? Not many people? A few? Okay, so just a bit of context. So it comes from, so you must have heard of the Mahabharata. Like, I don't know if a lot of people have seen the series. So the Gita is a part of the Mahabharata. So it's the point where Arjuna and Krishna are on the battlefield and they're discussing a lot of different things. So Arjuna doesn't want to fight, so Krishna is giving him reasons why he should get up and fight. And there's three main topics that is spoken about in the Bhagavad Gita. So firstly, it's karma yoga, and this is often, the analogy used is like a sandwich. So we have karma yoga, and this is about how to, through your work, how to achieve bhakti through your work. And the middle is bhakti yoga, which is often called like devotional service, a lot of things that are done here. So it's all the jewel or the filling, the nice part of the sandwich. And then you've got the last part, which is jnana, which is knowledge, which is how to achieve bhakti through knowledge. So these are the three main topics, and they're the three sections of the Gita. And today, chapter 13 is in the last section. So it's the jnana, the knowledge section. And the name of chapter 13 actually is Nature, the Enjoyer, and Consciousness. So it's quite a lot of detail, this chapter, about different things. The chapter starts with Arjuna asking 6 questions to Krishna. I won't go into the details because it is quite detailed, but it's about like Prakriti, Purusha, so nature, the enjoyer, and it's about the material world, you know, about the body and everything else. And Krishna gives this knowledge so that we can detach ourselves and understand that there's a higher reality than just this material plane. So the part that we're on in this chapter is the vision of knowledge. So as we read the verse, it might seem a bit different to everyone. So just to read it again, one who sees the super soul equally present everywhere and every living being does not degrade himself by his mind. Thus he approaches the transcendental destination. So just to start off, I wanted to talk a bit about the soul. So if I hold this up, what is this? Well, just say my hand. Yeah, so it's a hand, it's my hand. This is my cloth. These are the different things. And throughout life, we identify with these different material things. We think we're the body. For most of our lives, that's what we think, because we're not taught or educated about spiritual education. And it's actually that we're within the body. And it's this consciousness, which is a reflection of our soul. But instead, we actually need to understand the body and the mind are coverings for this soul. So I want to talk about the super soul because this chapter mentions that. So has anyone heard of the super soul before? Yeah, the super soul? So this is the Paramatma, and there's three ways that God is shown. So firstly, the Brahman, so the effulgence. Then we have the Paramatma in the heart, and we have Bhagwan, the other. So that's the three forms. And as we discussed, we have consciousness of our body. We understand, like, if I have pain or something hurts, I understand that, but you can't understand that, because that's my consciousness. But the super soul, the Paramatma, is a pervading consciousness in everyone. He can understand my pain and pleasure and your pain and pleasure. So this is what the Gita talks about, the two different types of consciousness and their relationship together. So just want to talk about the relationship of the soul and the super soul. So they're often in the Vedas, the example of two birds on a tree is given. So one of the birds is the soul and one is the super soul. And they're sitting on the tree, and one of them is eating the fruit of the tree, and the other bird is the watcher, is observing. So this is the analogy given. The Paramatma is the observer, and we are enjoying the fruits of the tree. And I found this quite fascinating when I first found out about it, because I never knew that Krishna is within me or there's a Paramatma. I always would just come to the temple and see this is God. But he's all pervading, and yeah, it's quite interesting, the relationship between the soul and the super soul. How the super soul is the overseer and the permitter, and he's so kind. He's always with us in our heart. There's many analogies given to describe the relationship between the two, and in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna talks a lot about the soul and the super soul and the relationship. So in the same chapter, it's described that although the super soul appears to be divided among all beings, he's never divided. He is situated as one. Although he's the maintainer of every living entity, he is understood that he devours and develops all. So, it's quite a lot of detail about what the super soul is. And more details given, I don't know if you've heard of the Srimad Bhagavatam, so the Bhagavad Purana. And within here, it's one of the jewel Vedic scriptures, which I'm sure, we have a lot of books at home. Oh, not the whole thing. I haven't read the whole thing yet. I'm working through it. Yeah, it's quite a long text. It's got 12 cantos, but it's definitely very interesting, and it talks about so many different topics. And I just want to bring that up because we all have this knowledge and this wisdom, but we don't actually pick it up or engage ourselves in it. It's just collecting dust maybe at home. We bought it, we had it for a long time. I never picked it up. So in that book, there's so much detail. There's a chapter in the second canto, it's called Lord of the Heart, and it describes even more detail about the Paramatma. I'll read it out to you. It says, others conceive of the personality of Godhead residing within the body in the region of the heart and measuring only 8 inches, with 4 hands carrying a lotus, a wheel of a chariot, a conch shell, and a club, respectively. So how fascinating is that? He's within us in this like a Vishnu form. And the Srimad Bhagavatam is so interesting. There's so much detail about the Lord and the creation and all the different pastimes of Krishna and his associates. So definitely would recommend reading that. It's page 567. No worries. So then I just want to come on to the verse. So now we've discussed a bit about the soul, the super soul, and their relationship. So now we can maybe understand the verse a bit more, because here Krishna is talking about the super soul. So in the first part, he says, one who sees the super soul equally present everywhere. So it's not that I can see this with my blunt eyes. I can't see within you there's a soul and super soul, or within everyone. So this knowledge is given to us to develop this vision, because we can't see with the blind eye. So in the same way, when we're having issues with our eyes, we go and see an optometrist. So in the same way, we need to go see the spiritual optometrist, which is Vyasadeva, and he's written all this literature for us to open our eyes and engage our mind in something else. And even listening now is really, really amazing that you're here listening to the Bhagavad Gita, opening your mind and thinking about the spiritual path. So it's really nice. And actually, when I first read the verse, I was thinking that in order to see the super soul equally present everywhere, you must have a relationship with the Lord. So I think often, many people, and I mean, even before, I used to come here, just pay my respects, give a donation. That's it. That's God. We don't actually go deeper. And I think it's a lot of common in Hindu families, we just, here. I remember when I was at university, I used to just pray to Gampit Dada because I wanted good grades, I wanted to first. But this relationship goes deeper because, this is the foundation of spiritual life, that Krishna is a person. And as we deal with different people, we should also deal with Krishna, that he's the most supreme person. And we all have an eternal relationship with him. No matter if you're Indian or you're American or from anywhere else, we all have a relationship with Krishna. It's eternal. And we're actually from the spiritual world, which is really fascinating and weird because we're so caught up with here and the day-to-day and everything happening that we don't just stop for a minute and think, well, I'm not from here. And I remember I had a lot of these realizations when I started working. I was like, I hate this. What is this? There must be more. Why am I here? What am I here to do? And that's when I started asking the questions and I started meeting devotees. It's like Krishna sends them, which is also the other point, is as you turn to him and you develop a relationship to him, he sees that and he reciprocates. He sends people, he sends different experiences for us to learn from and different things where we'll turn to him. So I think this is really important. And the other thing is to begin to awaken this relationship. As I mentioned, there's so many different scriptures that we can read. And there's devotional service, which I'll go into and explain a bit of what it is. And you might be doing some of it already, if at home you're offering any prasadam or anything. So we'll go into that. So this devotional service, as I mentioned, the middle section of the Gita is about bhakti. So that's what this devotional service is, the jewel. And, it means, this bhakti means devotion or pure love. So just to break down the two words, devotion means what? It means loyal, it means love, and it means enthusiasm for a person or activity. So this is devotion. And service is an act of assistance. We're always engaged in the service of something. We're working for a company, so we're engaged in the service of our boss. Or we're in a family, we're engaged in the service of our family. So in this same way, this devotional service is about engaging in some activity for Krishna and engaging our senses and everything into that service. So there's small ways that you can do this. For example, just offering a small prasadam at home. Everything you eat, just offering it to Krishna. And I think a good way to get involved is we all visit the temple, but often getting involved in some service at the temple, something small. So first the books are outside, and you can also ask about where you can help at the temple, in the kitchen or with garlands. There's lots of different things you can do. And there's also different sanghas, because gaining the association is really important. So I don't know if you can ask at reception, or if you have children or any of you are young, there's youth groups that you can join. And this is really an essential way, through the association and through the reading, for us to gain a deeper understanding of Krishna. Because as soon as you associate with people who already have this love for Krishna, you can understand it a bit more, and it opens your eyes even more to the Lord. There was something else I wanted to say here. Okay, yeah. The other point is, so then once we start developing this relationship with Krishna and with God, then what this verse is saying is we wouldn't degrade ourselves by our mind, because we would see everyone as part of the Lord. So we wouldn't have anger, we wouldn't argue with each other, we'd have understanding and compassion that everyone's going through their thing, but we're all part and parcel, we're all one big family. And this is what's lost in society, as you can see. Instead, people exploit each other. That's what society is based on. Mom. Oh, outside you can buy? There's a table. Yeah, there's a Mataji out there, yeah. So, thank you. So this is the point I wanted to make, that society is based on exploitation. And the examples given, I read in the news, like there was these two brothers, they're in their 70s. But they're still arguing over how much money they'll get from their parents, but your family. So this exploitation goes on all the time and is the foundation actually in society. And this is the issue. We're saying, in the name of friendship, we're saying this, but actually we're just exploiting each other. And this is because we don't know about Krishna, we don't have a relationship with God ourselves, and we're not seeing the Paramatma in everyone as well. They're the few points that I wanted to say. I don't know if anyone had any comments or any thoughts themselves on the verse.
Yeah, you talked about. Sorry, just a quick question about you.
Yeah.
Kind of you went to your family and then you kind of visited the temple, and then from that you kind of got into obviously going deeper at the temple and Krishna. How long ago was that? Was it? And it seems like you're quite wise and you have a lot of wisdom. So. And how did you, I guess, kind of what did you start doing in terms of volunteer work? Or?
Sure, yeah, I can share my journey. So my mom's here. So, I mean, we just had in the house like deities. And then at my workplace, actually, Radhanath Swami came. At my workplace, and I was like, I already was going to the temple, and like I had started, like I used to go to Soho quite regularly, and I'd started to read and get really curious. And then suddenly in my workplace, Radhanath Swami came. And I was really intrigued, and that's why I met some of the devotees. And actually, one of the person who like cultivated and helped me reach, worked at the company, but she was a devotee. So sort of through her, and she really encouraged me to like through Pandavasena, different things that come on different trips and retreats with Swamis. So then I went on one retreat where there were Swamis. It was quite immersive, and that was like life-changing. Because then after that, I was like, okay, this is the path. Just spending time with Swamis or people who are following it. Maybe if we don't want to go that far.
Which Swami did you meet?
It was Kadambaknana Swami. Afterwards, and Mother Vishaka was there as well, the temple president of this temple. So, but I didn't know, I didn't understand why people bowing down to them. I was like, this is very strange. But obviously over time I understood. And then after that, going back to work, and then I started different services. And I stayed here at this temple last year for 5 months as well. I did Bhakti Shastri. So that was again another life-changing. So I think a lot of the time, as you take a step towards Krishna, he sends the people and the different things. It's just like the first thing, even like taking the book or asking, can I join a sangha, or engaging with devotees when you come to the temple, lots of different things. So yeah, everyone has their own journey, and it's take one step towards Krishna and he takes 10 towards you, as they say. So I don't know if anyone else had any other comments. Yeah.
Just about the vision, that you said you need to have.
Yeah.
That you can only get through His blessing, His mercy. And we tend to see the world in a material world.
Yeah.
But how are we able to distinguish between the two? Is that
So your question is how we can distinguish between the material and the spiritual world, or things. So I guess everything here, so we're in the material world, right? But it's about spiritualizing things. So it's not necessarily like through time, it's not that this is material and this is spiritual. Because as you go deeper into your Krishna consciousness, you will spiritualize everything. Am I going along the right lines? So for example, as you're doing different things, so now when you're eating, you're offering it, so that's prasadam. So you spiritualize the food that you were eating before. And as you go deeper into it, you start to see more of the spiritual element in your material. and it will come together that what I'm doing is for Krishna, this is all for Krishna. And it takes time to develop this spiritual vision. Like when I talk to mentors or people more senior to me, they have that vision, and I can see that. So I seek like advice from them of how can we do this. And especially because we're all working, I don't know if you're working full-time, I work full-time. So I did ask a senior person, how can you spiritualize this? And he was saying that everything directly or indirectly you're doing is for Krishna. It's about developing the attitude and seeing it like that. So it's not one or the other. But yeah, we are in the material world, and the spiritual world is like above and away. But as we engage in the process, like we don't need to change our position. We can still be working, we're in a family. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki jai, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai, Gaur Nitai ki jai. That's not yours. Okay. Yes. Did that answer your question, Prabhu? So, did that answer your question? Yeah. No worries. No worries. So I just want to finish off what we talked about. So we talked about the 3 sections of the Gita. We covered chapter 13 and how this all relates to bhakti. We talked about the soul and the super soul and their relationship together. And we talked about this verse, 13:29. It's a very interesting chapter that goes into a lot of details about the material world and how everything interacts, and how we can develop this vision to see the super soul by first building relationship with the Lord, by engaging in devotional service and different things like reading literature, seeing this a spiritual optometrist, Vyasadeva, who's written this for us to open our eyes. And I just want to share something. So we talked about this, and I hope it's encouraged you to, read the Gita, or get involved in some service that you can ask about at the reception. But I just wanted to share something. So the founder of ISKCON, Srila Prabhupada, said, so he said, this human being is therefore very, very rare. After going through 8.4 million species of life, one comes to this human form of life. Let us not waste this life. Chant and be happy. Haribol. That's just something I wanted to share. And we run after so many things in our lives. And once we come in contact with this and we start developing our spiritual life, it is really, you experience a happiness and bliss that you don't get from material things. And you understand the temporary nature of being here. So thank you very much for listening. I hope it was insightful. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna. So welcome to Bhaktivedanta Manor. It's nice to see all of you here on a beautiful sunny day today. So there's a lot of guests out there today. So we just ask everyone to stand up and come forward. We're going to do the arti. So we wanted to sing loudly, clap your hands, and take part. Hare Krishna.
Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Bhagavan ki, Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Bhagavan ki, Rishi Gaur Nitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande. Kiba Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kasoba. Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kasoba.
Sing the rhyme, please. Sing the rhyme. Please, don't record it. Side
Raj Karta Bahu kote Chandra jine Vadana ujwala Mala dese bana mala Kore jala mala Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisheshadunyavadi Pachakyate Shatarine Namaste Saraswati Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta
Not yet. Not yet. Guru first.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, 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 Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya 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 Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. We're asking everyone to put their arms up in the air nice and high, and please take a deep breath. You can repeat after me as loud as you can, please. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Okay, you did very well. if you put your hands together, we're going to do what's called the Prema Dwani prayers. For example, if I say, Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki, you say? Jai! Okay, well done. Okay. Jai Om Vishnu Pad Paramahansa Parivarajaka Acharya Astotara Sata Shri Srimad His Loving Divine Grace Abhaya Charan Aravinda Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai! Sri Anand Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai! Ramacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai! Sri Rupsi Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Sri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Dasa Raghunath Sad Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai! Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasti Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Madan Mohan Sham Kun Radha Kun Shri Giri Govindan Ki Gandamai Jamunamai Ki Tulsi Maharani Bhakti Devi Ki Shri Mathura Vrindavan Dham Ki Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Ayodhya Dham Ki Dwarka Puri Dham Ki Bhaktivedanta Manor Dham Ki Harinam Sankirtan Yoga Dharma Ki Srila Prabhupada's Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Vaishnava Sangha Vaishnava Seva Ki. And the next part I say all glories assembled devotees and you say Hare Krishna. All glories assembled devotees. All glories assembled devotees. All glories assembled devotees. All glories to the Lotus feet of Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. So we humbly request everyone if they can please sit down for the prayers to Lord Nrsimhadev.
Namaste Narasingaya Namaste Narasingaya Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Jaya Nashingadev Jaya Nashingadev Jaya Nashingadev Jaya Nashingadev Jaya Nashingadev Jaya Nashingadev Narashingadev Jaya Narashingadev Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Nrsimhade Bhagavan ki Bhakta Prahlad Maharaj ki Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki Vaishnava Sangha Vaishnava Seva ki Janitai Gaura Premanande
Hare Krishna. Okay, so welcome everyone to Bhaktivedanta Manor. I see some of you have got a bit of color on you. So Krishna accepts all colors. So somebody said to me, he said, I've got so many problems, so when I come to the temple, I've got a big shopping list of things that I want from Krishna. I've got so many things. So then sometimes we come and ask Krishna for many, many things, one person, he was saying to me something very interesting. He said, instead of telling Krishna how big your problems are, you should tell your problems how big Krishna is. And, instead of telling God how big your problems are, you should tell God how big Krishna is. So today we have a big festival here. Probably all of you have been out there. There's so many, like thousands of people coming today. So someone came up to me today and he said, is this the Janmashtami? I said, oh, we're doing a warm-up for Janmashtami. So Janmashtami is going to be in August. I think it's 19th and 20th, 21st, 3 days Janmashtami. Who's been here for a Janmashtami festival? Yeah, quite a lot of people. So we're expecting about 70,000 people at Janmashtami. So Bhaktivedanta Manor here is very special in one sense that it's the biggest Janmashtami festival that happens here anywhere in the world outside of India. So, and normally we have about 1,800 volunteers who do their health and safety training, and they help to run the whole festival. Now some other places, they do a function, they're lucky if they can even get 1,800 people, never mind being the volunteers, So we've got Janmashtami festival coming up, and we have so many festivals, it's like, it seems like we have regularly, it's like whenever people come, there's so many different activities that are going on. So they say in the spiritual world, every step is a dance and every word is a song. So that sounds like a nice place to be, isn't it? Nice place to be. So in this material world, there are so many problems, so many calamities, so many disturbances. So there was one story of Swami Prabhupada. Our founder, Acharya Srila Prabhupada, he brought the Krishna consciousness movement from India and he brought it to the West, and then he sent his disciples all over the world to spread this Krishna Bhakti. So one time Srila Prabhupada was coming to London, and this was in the early 70s, and we didn't have Bhaktivedanta Manor then, but we had another temple, a small temple in Bloomsbury, and it was called Bury Place Temple. It was only a small building. Anybody been to that Bury Place Temple? Anyone? Did you go? No. Okay, so Indradyumna Swami, and who knows Indradyumna Swami? Yeah, I think he's very famous, sannyasi, and he does so much preaching all over the world. But then he was a brahmachari, Indradyumna brahmachari, So he was Prabhupada's servant, and they arrived at Heathrow Airport, and he had heard about these big receptions when Prabhupada arrives at the temple. Then they have a big kirtan, and they have a big reception, and they have so many devotees giving garlands, and Swami Prabhupada is welcomed, and he sees the deities, and then he gives a talk, and then there's a feast and everything. So he said, I don't want to miss the reception at Bury Place Temple. But then what happened is one of Swami Prabhupada's bags, his luggage, didn't come through. So then they asked him to stay behind at Heathrow Airport and wait for the luggage. So he was really disappointed. He was very, very disappointed. Oh, I didn't get to go with Swami Prabhupada and see the reception and all the festivities. And he was sad. So anyway, eventually the bag came through, and then he got a taxi to the temple. And by the time he got to the temple, everybody was full, They had all eaten, and all the festivities were over, the reception was over, and probably there was no prasadam left, So he was very kind of sad and disappointed. And then this heavy bag with all these books, Prabhupada had so many of these heavy books that he was using to translate. He had, in Bury Place Temple, there was a staircase, a narrow staircase that went, and Swami Prabhupada's room was right on the top floor. So he was carrying this suitcase all the way up to the top, and he was sweating, and he was very disappointed. He missed the whole festival. And then he knocked on Prabhupada's door, but there was no answer. He opened the door and he put the bag down like that. And he was really exhausted when Prabhupada was behind the door, and Prabhupada slapped him on his back, you know. And he said, in this world, everything is very difficult, but in the spiritual world, everything is very easy, you know. So, that Indradumna Swami, he tells that story. He said that the spiritual master, he touched him with his hand and he blessed him, you know. So, sometimes we have so many difficulties to do, so we have to do our duties in life. Like Swami Prabhupada, he gives an example. There's a verse, chapter 2, text 14. Matra spashasta kunteya sitoshna sukadukada agamapaino nitya stam stitikshasva bharata. Krish, you know the translation of that? No? Ben, do you know? Okay, can you give us the translation of that? Okay. Okay. Okay, Damodar Rati's got it. So it's come all the way from Australia to tell us that, you know. So the non-permanent appearance and disappearance of happiness and distress are like winter and summer seasons. And there's summer now, you know, and some people are complaining it's too hot. But then it won't stay like this, you know. Then soon they'll be complaining it's too wet or it's too cold, you know. It changes, you know. So the Gita verse, Krishna is saying, the non-permanent appearance and disappearance of happiness and distress are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer season. And he says one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. So Swami Prabhupada, in the purport of that verse, in the chapter 2, text 14 in Gita, he says, in India, in the summertime it gets very, very hot. Now, I think it was 50 degrees this year in India, in certain parts of India. So the ladies still have to go in the kitchen, and what do? They light a fire to cook, so it becomes even hotter, you know. But they still do their duty to cook for the family, you know. They don't think, oh, I'm not doing it today. You can all fast, you know. And also, like the holy men or holy people, in the early morning they go and take their bath in the holy rivers. And sometimes in January, February, if you've been in the Ganga at Haridwar or wherever, there's no central heating in the Ganga, you know. It's cold, you know. But they still take their bath, you know. So what Prabhupada he's teaching, and Lord Krishna is teaching in that verse of the Gita, is that whether the weather is good or the weather is not good, whether you're feeling happy or you're feeling unhappy, or things are working for you or things are not working for you, or you get on with the neighbors or you don't get on with the neighbors, or whatever, you know. If your football team lost or whatever, if your Wimbledon guy, if you lost, whatever, but you still do your duty, you know, you do your duty. So there are two kinds of duties. There is a swadharma. Gita is teaching your swadharma is your duty to your family, to your community, to your nation. Those duties are there. And there's also Sanatan Dharma, the duty to God, you know. Duty to Krishna. So your duty to God will never change. It will always remain the same. But your other duties, they will change as you go through life, you know. So they said, like, if we follow these principles, then whether we're feeling like it or not, but if we do our duty, then ultimately we'll be successful and we'll achieve our desired goal, you know. Otherwise, if we give up at the slightest hurdle, you know, at the slightest disturbance, then we'll not achieve our success. So Srila Rupa Goswami, in his Nectar of Instruction, he gives 3 principles which are teaching how to get success. Who wants to learn how to be successful? Yeah, okay. Krish, are you're a estate agent, yeah? So what's the best way to be successful? Huh? Be consistent, yeah. So if you sleep in your bed and decide, I don't want to go out and sell any houses today, will you be successful? So I told him that the other day. I said, get off your ass and go and get on and do it. And then he tried and it worked for him. Yeah? And so Rupa Goswami said, Utsaha Nishchaya Dharyat. Utsaha means what? Enthusiasm. And Nishchayat means what? firm determination. And what does dhariyat mean? Patience. So then, to be successful in any endeavor, material or spiritual, you need these three things. One is enthusiasm. Whatever you're going to say, if you're going to start a new business, you have to be enthusiastic, otherwise you're not even going to get it off the ground. And then you have to be very determined, you know, not give up at the first hurdle or any difficulty. And then you have to also be patient. If you open your shop, it's not the first day you'll make £1 million, you know, like that. So like that, you can apply it to material things, but you can also apply it to your spiritual life. To be successful spiritually, you need to be enthusiastic, you know, utsaha. You need to get up early in the morning, you know, don't put the snooze button on, you know. Get up, get a shower, you know, and chant Hare Krishna, you know, read Bhagavad Gita, offer your food, do some prayer, you know. And then you have to be determined. So whatever obstacles come in the way, don't let it stop you, you know. Just keep on going, you know. Don't be sidelined so easily. Don't have a, you know, what's it called, a jelly backbone, you know. you become determined, you know. And many people are determined. And then, at the same time as being enthusiastic and being very determined, you have to be patient. Now, some people, they struggle with patience. They say, I've got no patience, you know. And, you know, they want everything. Now, everything is fast foods, fast internet, you know, fast cars, you know, fast lifestyle. They want everything fast. But people have no patience, you know. So, like a boy and girl, they get married. So the girl, she wants a child, but she can't just have a child right away. She has to wait at least 9 months, you know, to get a baby, you know, like that. So we have to develop these nice qualities, you know, patience, enthusiasm, determination, and when we practice on the path of bhakti, we'll guaranteed to be successful. You know? So Krishna reciprocates with us. Whatever we are doing, he will help us, he will guide us. But sometimes somebody was saying to me, you know, I asked Krishna for so many things, but I've been waiting a long time, he hasn't given me them, you know, like that. So then I said to him, I said, have you given Krishna some of what he wants? He said, what do you mean? I said, do you chant Hare Krishna? He said, no. He says, do you read Bhagavad Gita? He said, no. Do you come and do some seva at the temple? You know, are you... He said, well, not really. So I said, you want so many things from Krishna. You want a cottage by the sea and your son to have a PhD and so many other things. But if you give Krishna some of what he wants, he might give you something what you want, you know. So this gentleman I was speaking to, his name is Kishore, you know, and he's from Nepal. So I said, okay, from today, start chanting Hare Krishna. He said, oh, but I'll do it for a few days and then I'll stop. I said, okay, then once you've done your mala, then text me to tell me how many you've done, you know. He said, oh my God, you know. So then, why? I'm speaking in the microphone because everybody can hear it, especially at the back. Yeah. So what happened is, Kishore, he started to chant, you know, 5-6 rounds a day, sometimes even 16 rounds a day. So he wanted some things, like he wanted a visa for his daughter to bring her from Nepal, and been trying so hard, banging his head on the Home Office and doing so many other things. But then he told me 1 month later, it all happened. It all happened. You know, a lot of things he wanted. I said, well, yeah, it's a two-way street, you know, it's a two-way street. You know, you want so many things from Bhagwan, but he wants some things from you as well, you know. So maybe if we give him some of what he wants, he might give us some of what we want. But sometimes we want only things that are material, you know. And the material things, do they bring real happiness? Yeah, do they bring real satisfaction? So they say that some people are so poor, the only thing they have is money. So Radhanath Swami, he says, real wealth is measured by how many things you can have that money can't buy. You know? So, you know, your relationship with the Lord, you know, and to have wonderful relationships, to have peace of mind, to have so many wonderful things. Because people are thinking, if I get a bigger house, I'll be happy. If I get a bigger car, or if I get a better job, or if I get a bigger wife, or if I get this, I'll be happy, so people are always thinking, they're always competing with the neighbors, with the Joneses, or with the Patels or the Sharmas. They're thinking, they've got a Jaguar now, we need to get something better, But actually, we come into this world empty-handed, and we go empty-handed, and we even leave the body behind, So real happiness, it doesn't come from the material platform. Now, I've been to visit so many big business people, some of the richest people in London and so many other places over the years, and I found some of those people, the multi-billionaires, they're some of the most miserable people on the planet. Because they have so much and they're still wondering why they're not happy. And then some of the very simple people, they don't have much. Like I've seen in Vrindavan, Radhakund, his Baba, he doesn't have anything, but he just sits there and chants Hare Krishna, and someone gives him a little prasad. He's so happy, he's content. So there's a story about Alexander the Great. Who's heard about Alexander the Great? Yeah. He was from Macedonia, and he was a very powerful general, and he was able to take his armies and conquer many different countries. He conquered so many countries, then he went to India. And then, in India, his generals said that they met one yogi, and he sits in the forest, and they said yogi is very powerful. They thought, Alexander, you must meet this yogi. So he observed him for a while. So then he said to the yogi, he said, I've watched you for a while. He said, I'm very pleased with you. Ask from me whatever you want. I'll give you jewels, I will give you gold, pearls, I'll give you villages, land, servants, whatever you want, I'll give you. So what did this yogi ask for? What do you think? Huh? What did he ask for? Okay, so what he asked for, he said, can you just step aside, you're blocking the sun. So the yogi didn't need anything from him because he was satisfied. He was at peace with himself, and he was living very simply. So then Alexander the Great, he was humbled by this simple yogi. And then he was such a big, powerful emperor, and he conquered so many, countries and so many warriors and things. But then one mosquito in India finished him off. One small mosquito, So then he realized he was going to die. So then he told his ministers, he said, okay, so what I want you to do is, after I die, he said, I want to be carried through the streets of my capital by my doctors, the physicians, the best doctors in the world. I want to be carried by them, and carry me with my arms open like this, with my hands open, and he says, all my wealth, my gold, my jewels, diamonds, everything that he's conquered in so many countries, he said, throw it on the road where you're going to carry me. Now I wonder why he did that. Was he wanted to teach a lesson with his passing away, that even if you have the best doctors in the world, they still can't save you. They can't give themselves 5 minutes more. There was one story, Swami Prabhupada, he says, there's one gentleman in India, he was a very powerful businessman, and then he got cancer, and they said that he only had a few months to live. But he said to the doctors, he said, I'll give you I'll give you millions of rupees. I need 4 years because I've got to finish my plans. The doctor said, you can give me whatever money you want, we can't give you any more time, Time is so precious, So the rising and the setting of the sun, it takes away the duration of your life, One day is gone. And with any amount of wealth, you can't buy back 1 minute. So that time is so valuable. So how we utilize our time every day is so important, because once it's gone, it's gone. And who knows how much time we have, We might be young, but we might think, I live to be 100 years old, and I'll get a letter from Prince Charles or from whoever's the king then, But they say, even if you're young, if you're going to die tomorrow, that means you're an old man today. So no one can tell, how long we will live. And then the time is always passing, Everybody's got 24 hours in the day. But some people, we tell them, please chant Hare Krishna, please get up early, make some time for prayer, please come to the temple, read Bhagavad Gita, associate with devotees. And many people, they say, I don't have time, no time. So there was one man, he was a CEO of a very big company. He had about 800 people working for him. So they said to this gentleman, please come to the temple for kirtan, come for Bhagavad Gita class, come. And he says, I'm very busy, which is true, he's the CEO, he's very busy. But then he went for his yearly checkup, and the doctor said they saw something in his lung, and it seems like a tumor, cancer. So then suddenly he's got time to come to the temple, he's got time for Bhagavad Gita class, he's got time to go for medical checkup and things. So when you're faced with one's mortality, and suddenly we can make time, Otherwise, we chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. But if you go in London in the morning in the underground tube and all these people are rushing by, and sometimes devotees go and try and distribute books, people say, no time. And we chant Hare Krishna mantra, they chant their mantra, no time. Like that. So, we have to make use of that. Everyone has 24 hours a day, but if we keep a little bit of time for Krishna, then we'll find happiness, peace, meaning and purpose in our life. Otherwise, at the end, like who on their deathbed ever thinks I should have spent more time in the office? Nobody. Even a madman won't decide that, So use your time nicely. So I'll finish now. So there's one analogy. It said, when you go to the airport, you can spend some time in the duty free, but don't miss the flight, because that's the main purpose of going to the airport, And the analogy of catching the flight, what does it mean? It means developing your relationship with Krishna, developing your relationship with God. If you develop that relationship with God, with Krishna, then you perfect your human form of life. Otherwise, you can do so many other things in this world. You can become a rich person or a famous person, or you can have so many yachts and so many buildings and so many things. So there are so many bank accounts, Santander, NatWest, there's Barclays, there's HSBC, there's TSB, Metro, there's so many banks. Every week, every month, people are putting some money, some deposit in that account. But there's another bank account that I need to tell you about, and it's got a very good interest rate. It's called the Lakshmi Narayan account. Have you put anything in the Lakshmi Narayan account lately? Yeah. So the Lakshmi Narayan account, very good interest rate, but there's one footnote. The Lakshmi Narayan account doesn't take anything material. It only takes your chanting, your seva, your prayers, and you're helping other people, all those wonderful things it takes, and the other things it doesn't take. But the difference is, all these other accounts, your Barclays, your NatWest, your TSB, all that, with the end of this body, they're left behind. You don't take that with you. But your spiritual bank account, that goes with you. So make sure you make an investment every day in your spiritual bank account. We do that by chanting Hare Krishna, by coming to temple, by associating with devotees, by making some sacrifice, learning to love Krishna. So that's so important. So Swami Prabhupada, he met one scholar in Rishikesh, and he said to the scholar, if I give you 5 zeros, what's the value of that? So he said, it must be a trick question, like this. He was calculating, he said, no, but 0, 0, 0 is 0. Any accountants here? Anyone accountant? No? So then, Swami Prabhupada said, if I give you 10 zeros, what's the value of that? Then he was thinking, no, this must be something. Then he said, no, 0, 0, 0 is 0. So Prabhupada said, if I give you 1, you put in front of all those zeros, then he said, oh, it's a very big number then. So Prabhupada said, Krishna is that one. So if you add Krishna to your life, you will find meaning, purpose, everything will be there. Otherwise, at the end of life, without Krishna, it's one big 0. Okay. So anyway, we'll stop there. We've lectured you enough now. So please take advantage and continue and be happy. Sarve Sukhina Bhavantu. Hare Krishna. So next arti will be at 9 o'clock. So the date is getting the outfits changed, and they'll wear the evening outfit for the 9 o'clock arti. Hare Krishna.
How are you?
Well, still alive.
It's been a few years after COVID, so.
Yeah, I got COVID early, but for me it was good because I could just stay in one room. We brought my prasadam outside, and I had
Just chant 64 rounds a day.
For me, actually, it was sabbatical.
You do 64 rounds a day then?
Yeah, I did a lot of chanting, reading, studying, and because I'm with people all the time.
Yeah.
So that's actually
Nice to have a break.
I could have done a few more weeks of it.
Yeah, for us it's not so painful.
Did you get it?
I didn't yet.
You didn't get it. Did you get vaccinated?
I did. Did you get vaccinated?
Yeah, I did. But not then. You got it later.
So did you get it before you got vaccinated?
Yeah. It was very early on.
Okay, so that's when the symptoms are worse because now the symptoms aren't so
Yeah,
bad.
they're mild now.
So did you get
For me, it was just a heavy fever, and it was just kind of. It wasn't. I could breathe fine.
Okay, so you wasn't terribly sick then?
I was sick and I was weak, but
But not your breathing and you
It didn't affect my
get your
breathing
chest
at all.
so much. Very lucky.
Yeah.
Because in those, you know
many,
that.
many other people they were suffering, and many passed away and
Yeah.
struggling, but it didn't affect my breathing at all. And actually, for
You
me,
were very blessed then.
well, for me it was a break actually. Like I could have done a whole month like that, no problem. Because sometimes it's a real break,
Yeah.
I'm always with people, and always
Yeah.
here, like the middle of Paddington Station.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Everything they've done, I mean, I was quite, I was just taken back. It's beautiful.
Yes, amazing
Outside.
how they've done
The
everything.
Haveli, and not that I've had a chance to check everything out yet because I sort of walked just through the Haveli.
Yeah.
Just sort of around.
They've done a
there,
new
and it's so
parikrama that
beautiful.
goes all the way around the lake, and it goes all the way up there, and they've done a lot of different
It's funny.
work.
It's funny because when I was just walking down here, you know how we used to cut a corner and just walk through the
Yeah.
to quickly get. I was looking to do that because I was late and I wanted to get in. And then I was thinking, of course, they're not going to leave that open. They're going to do it up nice. Obviously, they've put bushes and they've sealed up that little pathway that we used to.
All route they sealed it up.
It's beautiful. It's
Your mum and dad have been coming quite regularly.
Have they?
They have been coming regularly.
And
I've seen them many
You
times.
and Sakras went to my mom's house as well, her parents' home.
Huh?
Like a while ago, you went over.
Yeah,
done a bit of
we
a
did the
kirtan.
program. We did the program at the house.
Yeah,
And
they
Dipesh,
sent me a recording.
yeah, Dipesh has been coming regularly, and I saw mum and dad here quite often
Uh-huh.
for prasada and for arti. I've seen them in
It's
the
good
last
they're
2
coming.
months. Yeah, it's
That's
nice.
so good. Because they're getting old now. So
They're getting-
they're getting old.
Well, I don't know anyone that's getting any younger. Thank you so much, Ashok. Thank you so much, Hare Krishna. So, did you say enough, Prasad? Yes, ma'am. One tulsi leaf for the last person.
Yeah. So but,
Yeah, no one's getting any younger, but they're done well. How old is mum and dad?
my dad's 77 and my mom's 80.
80. She's
Yeah,
77.
Yeah, he's 77.
Yeah, they're doing really well. They're doing really well. They're nice devotees.
Yeah, they're doing really. They've come a long way from when we became devotees. They've come a real long way. It's really
They have a
nice
nice
to see them.
attitude,
Yeah.
pious people.
Yeah.
Good. How is Dipesh's wife? Is she okay? No?
She's okay. I think
She
you
had
know,
some
she
illness.
had breast cancer.
Oh, okay.
So a really nasty one. So yeah, I think she was sick for a long time.
Is she getting over it now?
Yeah, she's getting over it. She's getting better. But I think it's a little bit like once you get cancer, it's
Again and again.
It's like
Did you know that
it's a
devotee
little bit like
Janaki now?
buying time.
Huh?
It's a little bit like buying time, I think.
Yeah.
With cancer. Who?
Janaki now. He was a brahmachari here. Janaki now.
Okay.
Did you know him?
No, I don't remember him.
Oh yeah, he was young. he was a disciple of Chandramuli Maharaj, so he got cancer, and he had 4 operations and things, but
Did he not?
it didn't.
He didn't make it?
Yeah?
He didn't make it?
No, he passed away. He passed away, but he was so powerful. In the hospital, he would preach to all the nurses and doctors, and he would arrange programs for them here. And so many of them he brought, you know. And then when he passed away, and because he's from a Jain family, Shah family, his parents were kind of thinking towards that. But then they saw how they carried his coffin, all the devotees were here, sannyasis and everyone offering arti and prayers and everything. And they didn't realize what Janakinath meant to the devotees. And since then they became devotees. They took Shruti Prabhu's ashes and Janakinath's ashes in the Ganga, and they went to do in Mayapur ceremony together. Fine. You all got to go sometime. No.
Isn't that how Tribunath went? Did he?
Yeah, he had cancer.
Did he have cancer?
Yeah.
I just remember him, he was so amazing. He was so amazing.
Well, the thing is, you've got to die of something, you know. The thing is, no one gets out alive. So for a devotee, death is a stepping stone to Krishna.
Yeah.
For a non-devotee, it's destination unknown, so it's scary.
That's true, that's true.
Our whole training is to prepare for death, isn't it? So, if this was your last day, what would you do? You know? Would you spend it at Baskin and Robbins?
We have lots of those in Australia.
Yeah, but
that's right.
so we understand that, you know, today there was a family that came, I spent an hour with them. The girl is 19 and her father just passed away, so she's devastated, you know. And he was only 54, and he did die suddenly, you know. So it was like very difficult for them. And her uncle comes and does service here, so he said, they've had like all the, you know, counselors and professional people, but it's not really helping, you know. So can you speak to them? Oh, fine. So then I was explaining about the eternality of the soul and past lives and people, and then explaining that it's like a car. So what car did you bring? He said, it's a Kia, blue Kia. I said, so, you know, if you change your car and you get a red car, maybe a Honda or something, you know, probably a nicer car, you know, like that. So you don't cry because you're not the car, you know. So I explained some things, and then she's studying law in Leeds University. And I said, whereabouts in Leeds are you? She said, Woodhouse area. And my sister lives there, you know, and she's a devotee, so I'll connect them up, you know. And she's a few minutes away from
Was
where
your
she is.
sister always a devotee?
Everyone's always a devotee. Some remember, some don't. But when I joined, I would go to Leeds every year to give books, prasadam, and encourage her, but nothing happened for 14 years. Then after 14 years, then bang.
Yeah, because I kind of don't remember. I remember you telling us about her, but I
her
didn't
name is
remember.
Manoharini Radha, and then
She did become a devotee then?
yeah, so she's become such a powerful devotee.
Oh, really?
Oh my God, she's
really?
catching up for lost time.
That's
And she's
amazing.
spreading, she messaged me today, she said she went out to the park and she got 140 people to take prasad and call out Gauranga and maybe give some books.
Was it just you and her? I can't remember in your family.
There's five of us, but my eldest brother passed away, so I'm the youngest. You know?
Okay.
And then there's another brother who's older than me, 8 years older, she's 9 years older.
Okay.
Yeah, so anyway, I never forced her.
Okay, isn't that nice? That's
But
lovely.
then, you know, when it's your time, it's your time. So you can't force ripen a mango, you know. When it ripens naturally, it's done. So things happen when they're meant to happen, not before or afterwards, you know. So, but now she's preaching so much. She's put
That's amazing.
Bhagavatams and Chaitanya Charitamritas in so many colleges and universities and libraries, and she's
that's
done so much
amazing.
preaching, and she's Gauranga mad, you know.
That's
So
amazing.
her Guru Maharaj
Does
is
she have
Krishna.
children?
Huh?
Does she have
She has one boy he's in his mid-30s.
Okay.
So,
Very Krishna Maharaj?
huh?
Very Krishna Maharaj?
Yeah, Bhai Krishna Maharaj. She's disciple of Bhai Krishna Maharaj.
Okay.
So he said to her, at the end of this life, you're going back to Gauranga land.
Wow.
Because Even a window cleaner doesn't get paid till he says Corona.
Are your parents still around?
No, no. My mum passed away when I was in Africa, when I was 6. My
When you
father
was-
passed away in
when you was
1987.
When you were 6?
Yeah. Yeah, so
And
that
your
was a
dad?
difficult time. But my father was very strict, you know. But
So you grew up with your dad?
no, I had 2 elder sisters. Because I had 5. My elder sister, one of my elder sisters was so much older than me at my first primary school. She was a teacher there.
So your 2 sisters helped to raise you?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
And you stayed with your dad?
Then I stayed with my dad. So he was a Hindu priest, Sanskrit scholar.